call. Senator Reese,
Here.
Martha Chabria,
Present.
myself, Angela DeMarco, President, Superintendent Dr. Turkey,
Present.
Trustee Adriana I'm sorry, President of our board, Adriana Melgoza, she'll be joining soon via Zoom. And the same as Trustee Rick Diaz, who will be joining soon via Zoom. So, next item to start with is going to be public comment on closed session items. So I'd like to start at this time. Individuals are invited to address the board on topics within the board subject matter jurisdiction that are not listed on the agenda. Speakers will be called forward in order with their request received. The board will take no action or discussion on any topic not appearing on posted agenda. Each presentation is limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. When your 3 minutes have expired, there's a timer will sound signaling that it's the conclusion of your opportunity to speak. So we want to thank you for your opportunity. And we'd like to call Larry Calhoun. Yes, at the stand there. And you'll see the timer up there.
Got it. Okay. I have 4 minutes instead of 3. My name is Larry Calhoun, community member and past parent of the school district here and also a past board member. The reason I'm here this evening is regarding the potential discussion of the JV coach position. Baseball position. Before I get into that, though, my understanding is there is a vote that will take place during open session regarding that position. If that's correct, I will continue. If it's not correct, then I will sit down.
So it's on the consent agenda for us to vote on during the open session.
Oh, it's on the consent agenda.
It's on the consent agenda. That's correct.
Got it. Okay.
So essentially what that means is that if the board votes to adopt the consent agenda, then everything on that consent agenda is adopted and approved. But it is up to the board to vote on that consent agenda.
Okay. Okay. Well, relative to that then, because that does make a difference, being on the consent agenda, then I would throw out a request that due to what appears to be on my part, a lack of information regarding this particular subject, okay? I am in support of the particular individual that is been appointed to that position, okay, by, I assume, the athletic director with approval from the appropriate steps. Okay. The information I don't have is how this was generated and what the protocol was to get to this level prior to a dismissal. Okay. It seems a little far reaching to me. Okay. I have a teeny bit of experience in how the board policy works, and it is a policy board, unless that's changed. It's not a human resources board. So therefore, I'd be curious to know how those steps actually happened. Okay. I don't know if you can talk about that.
So I can't, but what I will do is right here is Curtis Wilson, who is our assistant superintendent of HR, who can talk you through those steps.
Okay. Okay. I would love to hear.
Not during this meeting.
Not during this meeting, but during the open session.
No, he can talk to you offline in just a minute.
Got it. Okay. All right. Great. Okay. If I have any other input, then I assume I would be here at 6 o'clock then to then address my concerns prior to you voting on the consent agenda. Is that also true?
You can address the board during public comment. Yes.
Yes.
Before adopting the consent.
Okay. Looks like my time's up. I will talk to the HR person.
Thank you.
Can I do that right now?
Yeah.
Next for public comment on closed session, it would be Hannah Allen.
Hello, Hannah Allen here, parent of a freshman, potential baseball player. Just pretty much reiterating what my dad, Larry, said. And now that I have all the information, I guess my best place is probably talking with HR. But I guess I don't really need to say anything further since we can't really discuss anything here, correct?
Yeah, we wouldn't discuss it here. No.
Right. Okay, well then I guess the best place for me to be is with HR. Okay, well, thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
We can check in on Zoom, any public comments via Zoom? None, any further public comments? So at 4:11 PM, we are going to adjourn to closed session. open session. Present will be due to two trustees being on board via Zoom. We'll do a roll call attendance. Sandra Ruiz,
Present.
Martha Chevalier,
Present.
Dr. Tricky.
Present.
I myself, Etch D'Amico, present via Zoom. Adriana Melgoza,
Present. Present.
Sean. Adriana Melgoza.
Present. Can you hear me?
She doesn't have the microphone on. I'll just go to Rick Diaz.
I'm present.
Can you hear me?
Okay, Rick Diaz,
I'm present.
Adriana Melgoza.
Present.
We will start now at the flag salute. Pledge allegiance to
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation. Justice for all.
So we'll start with a report of action taken in closed session. Under Educational Code Section 48915 subsection C, the school site's recommendation and evidence presented supports everything supports one or both of the findings under Ed Code Section 48915 subsection E, that other means of corrections are not feasible, and due to the nature of the violation, the presence of the pupil causes a continuing danger to the physical safety of the pupil and others. Therefore, I motion to expel the student in case number 2024-42 through the spring semester of 2026 with the options of a suspended expulsion for June 2025, completing requirements laid out. Do I have a second? Roll call vote. Sandra?
No.
Martha?
Yes.
Myself is yes. Rick Diaz,
Aye.
Adriana,
Yes, yes.
motion carries. This time, do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I motion to adopt the agenda.
I second.
Roll call vote. Sandra,
Yes.
Martha motioned, so I will say aye. Rick,
Aye.
Adriana,
Aye.
motion carries. We will now open up to public comment on non-agenda items. At this time, individuals are invited to address the board on topics within the board subject matter jurisdiction that are not listed on the agenda. Speakers will be called forward in the order in which their requests are received. The board will take no action or discussion on any topic not appearing on the posted agenda. If the item you wish to address is currently listed on the agenda, please wait to request to speak when that item is brought forward for discussion. Presiding officer will open the floor for public comment to that agenda item at the appropriate time. Each presentation is limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. When your 3 minutes have expired, the timer will sound to signal that it is the conclusion of your speaking opportunity. And I want to thank you for your cooperation. At this time, do we have any public comments? Any public comments via Zoom? Is that a no? So the time for public comments is now closed. Now we will move on to recognition and presentation regarding iReady performance data and winter update. Yeah.
Okay, so we're here on directly between the presentations. So this presentation is to update you on the progress and performance of our students on our reading and math assessment for our K-8 schools, so our elementaries and our middle school. They took the second assessment in December. And so I'm going to go through some of the data and also talk a bit about the sort of reports that we can get that are very valuable for us to see how our students are progressing on the 2 assessments and ending with our next steps. So as you can see here, these are the schools again that provided the second assessment in December, as I mentioned. So again, our elementaries and our wonderful middle school. And at the first iReady presentation that I had, if you recall, we talked about these are the different types of reports that you can get, right? The 5 level, the 3 level, and then the 5 level, you get more information for how our kids are performing. So for example, when you look at the top first bar going across, you'll get to see how many students are at mid or above grade level for reading or for math, who's early on, who's 1 grade level behind, 2 more, etc. So that's what we went through in our last presentation. And we got to see how across the district our kids did on those bands. This is the data that was presented to you that time. So this is where, as you can see, 3,300 students, right, did the assessment for reading, and that was the fall data. Again, this is our old presentation in October, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm just bringing that up for context. Now here, the data that you have here, this is only for students that have both assessments, both the fall and the winter. And again, our elementaries and our middle schools. And you can see a apple-to-apple comparison here with the students who took both assessments. Okay, so the bottom line that's not bold, it's a little bit faded, right? That's the one in the fall. The one at the very top is our most recent performance for reading for our elementaries and the middle school. And as you can see here, as we should be expecting as we go through the year with standards-based instruction, there is some progress that's happening and some progress that's still to be had. But what you can see here for reading is that we're trending in the right direction. In general, if I was going to summarize this, we have an increase of about 10% more kids who are 1 grade level behind or at grade level and above. And we've decreased conversely, right? There's 10% less kids that are in the red, if you will, that are 2 grade levels or more. So that's trending in the right direction. This is last in the fall again. This is all 3,300 students, right? All schools that tested. This was the results for mathematics that we had. And we talked about how at that moment, they only had about a month and a half of instruction, right, at grade level. And it was our first time that we did this assessment. This is the data, again, for the schools that did both assessments. So again, the 4 elementaries and the middle schools. And you can see the comparisons here, again, apples to apples. And again, you see that I love the visual, right, where you can see like the red shrinking, the yellow possibly growing or toggling one way or the other, right? And that there's more green, which is what we want to be seeing. So this again tells you at the midway point with 2 assessments, this is how our students at the elementary and our middle school are doing for math. Now I'm going to walk you through some data by the site. And the way you're going to read this is that the big bar graph at the very top is reading and the bottom one is math, so that you can compare at Castroville how the performance went. And there's a lot of wonderful news here in terms of the hard work that our teachers, our paraprofessionals, our classified staff, our teachers are doing to support our kids with growth. It's really actually, it makes me feel good and smile with the hard work that the folks are doing here to support our students, right? So again, at the very top, you see the reading. And to summarize some of the growth, it was about a 15% growth in the yellow and the green compared to the fall diagnostic. When you just look at the kids that are already at grade level or above, it grew by about 10% at Castroville for ELA. The bottom chart is mathematics, right? And very similar. They actually had more growth in mathematics than they did in English because they were further behind in math, right, than they were in reading. So they grew by 17% overall in the yellow and the green, and 7% for at grade level and above. Now, mind you, at grade level, and we're halfway in the year already, right? So they're on the path, right? And what I also like about it is you look at the percentages, but it also gives us the number of students, right? So for example, at the very top, you see 35 students, right? Are mid or above grade level, and et cetera, et cetera. And again, we've always talked about how we want to look at this in the real way too. We want to celebrate the growth and also have our eyes very clear on our students that are a grade level, 2 grade levels, more than that behind, because they are also our priority to be aware of where they're at. But again, we can't do anything without the data. So this is why it's so important to have these assessments, right? So this is what you see here for Castroville. At Echo Valley, it's going to look more familiar now the more you look at the graphs, and you have this presentation, dear board and Dr. Turkey, and it's going to be ongoing. This is really more about orienting you to the kind of information we're going to keep getting, and I being able to talk about how site leaders and teachers can use this information to intervene and support our students who still need more support. But here is Echo Valley, and some of their numbers are that they had an increase of 12% in yellow and green in ELA, and 14% in math. Here for Elkhorn, you can see some of their data as well. I wanted to highlight something a little bit different here for Elkhorn, in that they had the highest percent of students who were already at grade level or mid or above grade level. That's the numbers with the green stripes, right, and in the green. Close to 20% or 20% right there for reading was the highest in the school district. So again, when we're dealing with a lot of hard work that we have to celebrate those victories as well. And there's a lot to be learned when we talk to our teachers that are having successes in different places. And sometimes it's school-wide. Sometimes it might be one grade level team making some magic happen with similar students across our community. So it's kind of nice to learn from each other. They grew in ELA at Elkhorn by 8% and in mathematics by 15%. So way more growth in math than they did in reading at Elkhorn. And that makes sense, right? Look at the fall for math on the bottom, right? 3%, 40% were one grade level. And then you look at the graph above, right? And the decrease in the red, which is very, very impressive. The next, our final elementary school is Prunedale, and our Pelicans had an increase of 11% for reading and a 14% for growth in math. And respectively, 7% increase in just being increasing at grade level or above, respectively 7% for each one. So again, a lot of growth. For this school, I also want to highlight math. So the big chart on the bottom right, the math. If you look at the segments in the red, the 21% 2 grade levels behind and 13% 3 grade levels behind, they are the lowest in our elementaries. So kudos to them. So they are the school with the fewest amount of kids that are several grade levels behind in mathematics. And again, you don't do this by just hoping and wishing. You do it through a lot of hard work. So kudos again to all the classified staff, certificated staff, and admin there. Yep. And moving into our middle school, they had a 4% increase across the board for reading and for math. So again, they're growing as they should be at the midway point of the year. Those are that is the presentation for the compare and contrast from the fall to the most recent. Now I'm going to get into something that really excites me, okay? And that's growth data. So what's cool now is that now that we have 2 data points, we couldn't do this before, but now that we have 2 data points, and anytime you have 2 or more data points, now the students can be assigned a growth goal to target to get them to grade level. So in this graph, it's a pretend data graph, right? Of 3 kids, say in the same classroom, say pick your grade level, 4th grade, right? They're all in there and you pick 3 students. The green would be being at grade level, right? And the blue bar is when they first took their first assessment, right? So in a classroom of like 30 kids, 25 kids are gonna be all over the place at different performance levels because they grow at different rates also. The first bar, the kid's already at grade level. Awesome. The second student in the middle, they're really behind. And that's just where they're at for all kinds of reasons. The student to the right, a little bit higher, but still below grade level. What this system allows you to do, as you can see here, is that depending on where you're at, so in this case, you're looking at 3 possible students right on this graph here. So the person in the first chart, right, they're already mid, late, or above grade level. The person on the far right are 3 or more grade levels behind. They will assign them that yellow line that you see there, that is, what is the typical growth that they should make compared to millions of other students who also in the same grade level scored the same thing. So if I'm Antonio in Castroville and I scored at 2 grade levels below for 3rd grade, they'll compare me to Anthony in New Jersey, who also is 3 grade levels behind. And both me and Antonio and Anthony, even though he or she may be on the other side of the country, need to be at least 30, get to 30% to 30 more points for growth. That would be typical for us, right? Now, the blue line that you see, that's what we call the stretch goal. That's actually an ambitious, harder goal, but what's necessary to get to the green part to be at grade level. Because if we just go with the typical growth and you're very low, you still will not get to being at grade level. You'll grow, but you'll still not be at grade level. So us knowing what a kid's typical growth goals are and their stretch goals is immensely critical. And shooting for the stretch goal is the gold star that we all want to be shooting for our kids. Okay. So here's an example for you. We have Alejandro and Nia. Same classroom, right? They both scored on the first assignment. That's the blue part, right? They scored the same. And what if Alejandro kept hitting his typical growth? Does he get to the green? No. Does he get closer to the green? Yes. Now let's look at Nia over here. If for 2 years in a row, she hits her stretch goal, look what happens. She gets to grade level. And if students hit their stretch goals in consecutive years, over 90% of them get to grade level. So that's how critical it is. And nonetheless, even if a kid keeps progressing to typical, that is good. And it gives us a red flag if a kid is not meeting their typical growth. It should be a red flag for tier 2, tier 3 intervention. And we'll know that information at the school level, at the classroom level. Okay. This is another piece of data. And I forgive me if it gets a bit too technical, right? But basically here, this is for reading. And what it's telling us here is that there was about 2,000 students that took the test. So what this here says is that there's about 1,000 students that were like less than 46% progress towards their typical growth goal at the moment. This is the mid-year point, right? So you should be at 50% on your way to meeting your goal, right? So about 1,000 students are less than 46 and about 1,000 students are above 46. So we have this thing, as you're going to see in the chart there on the right-hand side, right? It gives us that data as a district and as a school. Where are our kids in terms of progress towards meeting their growth goals? We're going to do this again for the high school. But this is starting a kind of setting us up, right? I'm going to give you a simple deep dive in terms of how powerful this is, right? So any person at the district level, right? This is district level data that you see here by grade level, right? I can easily look at this here and say, hey, at which grade level has the highest percentage of kids that are making growth towards a goal, right? So as you can see here, right, this column right here, in third grade, 27% of our third graders have already met their typical growth goal. 55%, right, are on their way. When you look over here for stretch goals, right, the grade level that's got most students meeting their stretch goal, which is what we want, is over there is 8th grade at 41% already. And now let's just say we wanted to move into go down closer into the school site level and into a classroom, right? So let's just say I wanted to look at elementary. So here's elementary, right? I'm going to be drawn to many different things here. In this case, I'm going to look at Castroville, right? I see that 56% of kids have met their typical growth goal, right? And if I wanted to drill into Castroville, I can do that. Now, this is the grade level data just for Castroville. What stands out to me there is 6th grade. So I want to see what's going on there in 6th grade, right? So I go in there, and then this is what a teacher would see and an administrator can see. This is one of the 6th grade classrooms at Castroville. I obviously took out the students' names for privacy purposes, but you can see the different scores, right? So for example, this student here with the 121%, right? When they first took the first assessment, they were at a 4th grade level, even though they're a 6th grader. And they're still here in the 4th grade level, right? There's another student here that started in the 4th grade, and now they are at 5th grade, etc. It lets you know where the students are at, which is really, again, valuable information to know how to provide intervention to our students. This is now one student at Castroville, okay? And you can see their first diagnostic, where they were. It's right here, 541. They were at a 3rd grade level, even though they were a 6th grader, right? When they first took the assessment. And then when they took it again in December, this is what they scored, an increase of 37 points. This was their typical growth goal, and they have already passed it. Now they're shooting for their stretch goal. And our job is to get them there. Because if they do this for 2 years in a row, are we going to hit that green line? Yes, we are. Or a 90% chance that we are. So that is the conclusion of what I wanted to spotlight for you in our second shot at the iReady. What's next is the high school, and I will share high school data for you once we have it. Our teachers are already going to, and admin are going to get professional development this month so that we can all become more familiar with the growth data that we have and for how to provide intervention to our students. So that's starting like next week already. And we will continue to progress monitor. What questions might you have?
I think my question is, thank you for the presentation. It's great. One of the slides which kind of concerned me was a little bit, well, it's more than a little bit, is can we go back to the middle school slide? Where we have about 60, what is this? 347 students who are 3 or more grade levels below in reading, right? Is this what, am I reading that?
The top
correctly?
chart is the reading. So you have 335
Okay.
students, yes,
that's
who
about
are
half?
3 or more.
That's about half that are 3 or more grade levels below at the middle school.
Yes.
Okay, that's concerning just
By the way-
because,
Intervene. At this point, we're going to open up to public comment
oh, sorry.
on,
Sorry.
Sorry.
on this matter, and then we'll move on to trustee comments and questions. Is there any members in the public that would like to take make a public comment on this presentation?
Yes.
If you would like to, sir, please go to
Sure,
the stand.
sure.
And once again, the same rules as before, 3-minute
Sure,
is a time
sure.
limit.
My name's Larry Calhoun. I guess my question would be the same. Is that you have a majority of the students, if I'm reading this correctly, majority of the students who are 3 or more grade levels behind, that's correct? That would be correct. Yeah. And I suppose it's too much to ask at this point, but obviously you have certain curriculum that's been put in place to correct that. That's, and the teachers provide that? Are there outside influences involved in that? How are you?
So, and bear with me, sir, it's more of a public comment. And then we'll get to you with the answer to answer your questions at the end of the 3 minutes.
I
Yeah,
thought
I'm
he asked if there was questions.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he asked if there's questions from us. This is a public comment portion where if you have a public comment, if you have any questions after the public comment, Assistant Superintendent Antonio will meet with you and answer your questions.
Oh, not during the meeting.
Well, right now
I
it's
thought it
for
was during
comment.
the meeting. I thought it was during the
Was
meeting.
it during the meeting? Okay.
Yeah, he can answer your questions because you're making a comment on the presentation you saw. Are we off here?
No, it's just generally it's kind of you would make your comment, and then if there's a question in there, then the board could ask Antonio to answer the question. But it's usually less of a discussion, and it's more of you making a comment, maybe asking a question, and then tagging Antonio.
Sure, I think I can do that. So obviously the question, the comment. Would
I
be,
know it's
Sorry.
Robert's Rules of Orders. Just bear with us.
the comment would be is that what process? What's another question? How do you answer this?
No, you're doing
Uh,
perfect. No, you're doing perfect.
great. You-
Yeah, okay. What's the process by which that gets corrected? I mean, that, if I'm reading this chart correctly, that's a huge number. Am I not reading that correctly? That's a big number. That's the number you don't want to see. What's the process?
So we appreciate it. And at this point, we'd ask Assistant Superintendent Antonio, would you mind trying to answer any questions that came up during his public comment?
Yeah, I really appreciate the comment.
Sure.
And yes, you're reading it correctly. And yes, it is not what we want. And it is alarming. And I think my purpose of being here and doing this presentation is we have to first know what is happening to then take action, right? But what we already have been doing, so this is the first year with the new cabinet, right? Where we are we're instituting our process that we have with our PDSA cycles, right? To collectively work on improving first-time effective instruction. So that's what we're doing right now, right? We are also, as a matter of fact, we have a professional development day tomorrow with our middle school and our high school staff to unpack essential standards so that our teachers can build their capacity with understanding the level of rigor that our standards call for at the grade level, which is a key part of ensuring first-time effective instruction. So it's part of our professional development plan. You also I had a question about curriculum. We have standards-based curriculum that we adopted, but just because you have curriculum, it's not going to necessarily change those numbers. The teachers need to have the professional development, which we are providing to support them to get there. So I would just echo ditto on the alarming. And yes, it's a combination of many things: professional development, hiring, retention, a lot that we're excited to engage with our teachers to improve. But we agree with you that that's a concern. Yeah.
Just something which I'll just add to the comment there as well is it takes about 3 to 5 years to institute something and actually see major changes in the data.
At this point, are there any other members who wish to make a public comment? Right on. So you want to, okay, so the process that we follow is generally called Robert's Rules of Orders. Public comment is not designed to be a discussion, meaning it's like you can basically, if it has to do with this itemized, you show up for 3 minutes, make whatever comment as long as it's regarding this thing that you want to make. Part of our jobs is we identify if during your comment, if you have any questions that might have arisen or some things that we could clarify, then we would generally have the presenter clarify or your questions or clarify any comments that raise concerns so you get a little bit more information out of this. But once again, like I said, it's called Robert's Rules of Orders. It's just one of the how board meetings for school districts, city councils, and it's, I think I have this book. Just to give you an idea, let's just say it's a very thick book in small print, but so that's just generally just parliamentary procedures. But we do welcome everyone to be a part of the process and make comments if you have any to make. And if you do, would you please go to the microphone so members over online can hear.
Yeah, and my name is Hannah Allen. This may be a little blunt, but what happened to the time before, I guess, No Child Left Behind, where if you weren't up to par, you stayed in that grade? So why are we not doing that still? If we are not seeing the results that we want to see, why are we go on to first grade, go on to second grade, third, fourth, fifth, all the way up to senior year, and you're still in middle school level education? Why are we moving these kids up? It's a total disservice, in my opinion. So I guess that's my comment.
I can answer that question. Yeah, it's totally up to you. So first of all, we agree that data's alarming, right? When you go in there at the middle school, kids are not on grade level. And where we want kids is on grade level, right? The research about retention, which is essentially keeping kids in the grade level which they were in the year before, is actually really clear. What happens is it only works in either kindergarten or first grade. After that, it doesn't work. So essentially take Matt. You hold Matt back in 7th grade, you keep him in 7th grade. I might do a little bit better by 7th grade. What the research shows, though, is that I internalize that I'm not keeping up. I generally still don't do well, and my likelihood of dropping out of school altogether by 10th grade goes up.
That's psychological.
Yes.
You're saying that that's a psychological effect for these kids.
It's not me who's saying it. It's research.
It's them, whoever they are. So they're saying that it's psychological effect for these kids thinking that they are not good enough, but it's not a psychological effect to be in 12th grade with their peers and they're testing a 5th grade level. That's not a psychological effect?
No, I'm just saying the research says it doesn't work.
Totally. Okay. Got it. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Now, is there any public comment via Zoom? As there's none via Zoom, we're closing public comment on that. Now it's on to any trustees. If they have any questions or comments they want to direct towards Assistant Superintendent Antonio.
All right, let me resume. Antonio, thank you so much. Thank you, public, for asking part of the questions or concerns or comments that I had. I think the numbers are alarming, and it's not just our school district. I really think that I would like to see our school district incentivize young readers with like a 1,000,000-word challenge, you know, that I had a program like that at the previous elementary school to just really excite kids about reading and reading goals, because reading is so fundamental. And so I would really like us to consider anything that we can do to kind of accelerate kids getting excited about reading, having reading programs where kids are challenged to reach certain word goals for their grade level and receive or incentivized through some kind of program, whether it be like a student store or a year-end field trip. That's the way we used to handle it. And I think it was very successful. Because if you add up the second grade level and then the ones that are 3 grade levels below, you're talking at 450 kids. You know, and only 5 of them or whatever that number was so low that they were at reading level. And I just think reading is so fundamental. And really, parents, there is something you can do about it, and that's read to your kids. You know, open up that book, sit with your kindergartner, or actually they can be 2, 3 years old, and read to them, because reading is at the base of student success, student comprehension. Isn't that what the data says, Matt? Yes. So if you want to do something to prepare your student to be successful, please create in them a love of reading. And I think to some of the public comments, it is important to have high standards for our students, and hopefully we're going to continue to ask our students to reach and improve their reading. But I do hope we make reading sexy, you know, and I think we can do that with our younger grades through incentive programs. And I know it's going to be more than one strategy, but it's not just going to be the teachers. It's not just going to be curriculum. It's not just going to be parents. I think we need to work together to help our students succeed. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you.
But thank you, Antonio, for putting that together.
Yeah.
We've closed public comment on this. Monterey?
Thank you for the dialogue. I learned a lot right now. Might alarm me around that too, but I'm hoping, Antonio, you know, with this professional development and strategies that you have in place, that you share that back with the board. I know this iReady thing, I can see you're excited and passionate about these graphs and this information. It is new. It's good to see the comparisons. We haven't seen that yet, you know, since this transition of new cabinet. But obviously we need to stay on top of this. So we hope that we can understand what those strategies are and those resources. I can go on with a couple of other resources we used to have in place before, but we could talk about that later.
Definitely. I just wanted to say that in LCAP Goal 5, in essence, that's what we're leaning into. So when we talk about strategies, a lot of it's going to be there with close reading, with common formative assessments, things that are already research-based. The part that we're supporting our teachers with in our admin is how do you actually do it? Not what is it that we need to do? That part's pretty clear for us, but it's easier said than done. Now to do it is the part that we're focusing on, to do it consistently.
Right.
I have no comment to add. They said it enough. Any comment or contribution from trustee Melgoza or trustee Diaz?
No comment. Thank you for that.
Right. Anything from trustee Diaz? I think that is a no. That being said, we're going to move on to section of classified school employees association representative report. Is there any CSEA representative here? Seeing that there's none, we'll move towards North Monterey County Federation of Teachers representative report. Any AFT members here that wish to make a report? Seeing as there's none, move over to board and trustee reports. We'll start with Sandra Ruiz.
I just want to wish everyone a happy new year. It's been a difficult and challenging year. We all agreed in closed session, or at least that was the consensus. But I'm looking forward to the future. because this is a great district with a lot of parents who care. So we as a board want to hear from the community. How do we make sure that we're getting your input? There's a town hall, which you probably have it in your superintendent report, but we need that feedback because you really know what your kids need better than anyone. And we want to hear from the community, and we're really only going to find the solutions together. I mean, I wish teachers had a magic wand and they could fix every problem, fix every need of your child, but that's just not reality. So parents are a vital part of the solution. And I think Angelo said it earlier. I've said enough. So I just want to wish everybody a happy new year. And I really do want to encourage everybody to provide your feedback. It can be via email or come to the meetings or call us. And let us know what you're thinking and what your concerns are and what we can do better and how we can respond to your needs. So that's my 2 bits. Martha.
No, same thing. I'm just excited to be back. Happy New Year, everyone. And I hope everyone enjoyed their time break because I think everybody needed to get re-energized, reignited because these next months ahead of us are going to be challenging. And I know that like she said, with the support and the collaboration of our cabinet, our students, our staff, and the community, we can get through this. So I know that I appreciate when people take the time to come. We love to hear that dialogue. So thank you so much for coming here today. Just wanted to say that.
So to keep mine short and sweet. Happy holidays, everyone. Happy New Year. Really not that much I could add to that. We want public input. We ask for a little bit of when it's new, sometimes, parliamentary procedures can make things a little weird, but just work with us. You're a big part of our community. We definitely want to hear what you have to say because it's a team effort. And other than that, just I'll move it on to see if Trustee Melgoza has anything she would like to add.
Short also, Happy New Year, and I look forward to a great year and to continue to improve and for all of us to work together.
That being said, we'll move over as Trustee Diaz.
Yes, just been enjoying the winter sports and the Christmas time and New Year's and enjoying time with my kids and a lot of community things going on and lots of stuff that I'm into, meetings and stuff. But yeah, I just want to echo what my colleague said. I've always my whole life been a proponent of community input and proud of and encourage people to contact their elected officials, their leaders, or else we wouldn't know what's going on, and to encourage to be a part. Now that I feel that more than ever we've become more accessible as a district, open things up for more possibilities, more committees, and it just takes the parents to be involved and come, and that way you could be a part of stuff and have your input and be part of the decision making that we do. Yeah, I just want our, I'm from this community since I was born, and I just want, I would love if everyone came together and just always be united, and some things, like when something bad happens with the district, I wouldn't encourage, I would encourage free speech, but I wouldn't encourage stuff like at the Prunedale school when the flag was upside down, and that's not some conspiracy with the district. That's our hometown. It's a mistake of one person, and for people to maybe accentuate stuff about the reasons of it, and it gets it to other parts of America, and then it gets my kids and other kids into danger. And so things like that, we gotta unite, and not just blame the district, but unite and be problem solving then, rather than pointing fingers and stuff like that. So I think we've been more accessible now, and I think we I'm encouraging everyone to come to our things as much as possible, our meetings, our town halls, which is going to be great. and just, and enjoy each other and unite. Thank you.
That being done, we're gonna go towards superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you very much. If you could tee that up, please, okay, thank you so much. Okay, so yeah, Happy New Year, folks. It's good to be back. We'll go to the second slide, please. All right, I want to give a shout out to LULAC, okay, for hosting another food drive. I believe it was on the 23rd. And so Santa was there. We had music playing this time, which was really nice. I think it was over 500 pozole kits, which were given out, and not just the pozole kits, but also you see here Sandra, who's our Director of Nutrition Services, actually giving out food from our kitchens as well. So fresh food from the kitchens, which also given out to the community. It was a pretty great day. And again, hats off to LULAC for putting that together, spreading the Christmas cheer there. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Okay, so the community town halls. Just speaking to I think the points kind of made by the community before, we have a vision for college and career readiness for every single kid, but we have a gap with reality. It's not happening, right? What's happening right now is college, career, and life readiness for some students, but not all students. Together, what our challenge is to reduce that gap so that we can get towards really all students being college, career, and life ready at the end of 12th grade, which when you track that back and you look at the middle school data, means being on grade level in middle school. It means being on grade level in elementary school. So more green and less red, essentially, right? And I just want to acknowledge, we know there's a gap. Okay, none of us are going to stand up here and say, yeah, everything's great. It's not. We know that there is a gap. And then I want to echo Sandra around to close that gap. We need everybody. We need the community. Okay, so on that note, please come to our town hall. Okay, we're going to be doing one per month. The first one is coming up on January the 15th. It's going to be right here in the high school, and it's going to be 5:30 to 7:30. Okay, so please come to the town hall. The format essentially is it's going to be a really brief presentation by myself. Okay, and then we're going to go into a SWOT analysis, which is what do you think as community members are the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats within the school district. And then we will open it up for a question and answer session. Okay. And then get some input around what folks want around the next town halls. So that'll be the format of the town halls. And I encourage everybody to come. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're doing a team spotlight, and the team which knocked it out of the park over the Christmas holidays was the FRC team at our Family Resource Center. And so they hosted the annual gift giving project for over 100 families receiving gifts, plus 30 gift cards from First Tee, each worth $500. So hats off to the team and for the community for coming together for families over Christmas. So thank you, FRC team. Let's give it up for the FRC team. Yep. Okay, that's it for the superintendent report. Thank you so much.
Now we'll be moving forward to adoption of the consent. Do we have a motion to adopt the consent?
I motion to adopt the entire consent, please.
I second.
So roll call vote. Sandra? Martha?
Yes.
Myself? Aye. Adriana?
Yes.
Rick Diaz?
Yes.
Motion approved and passes. Now we'll be moving to discussion, action, informative items. We will start with adopting resolution 2024-2518, proclaiming January 25 as School Board Appreciation Month. So if you could take over.
Okay, so So this is going to be me who's bringing this, and this is so essentially we said it before, right? Governance is not easy work. It isn't. Okay. Board members come to, this is a minimum of 2 board meetings every month. Okay. There are many phone calls, there are many check-ins, there are other meetings which we do, there are hearings that we do, all sorts of things. And yes, there's a small contribution, but if you work that out on an hourly wage, I think it may cover gas.
Maybe.
Possibly, right? Maybe, exactly. But this work is bigger than any one person. And this work is bigger than any one superintendent or any one trustee. And the reason that trustees do this work is because they care about their community. And they care about the kids, and they want to do best by kids and the community. So I would like to put forward to the board to adopt resolution 2024-2518, proclaiming January 2025 as School Board Appreciation Month.
Right. Is there any public comment regarding this action item? Seeing as there's none, is there any public comment on Zoom regarding this action item? Seeing as there's no public comment for this action item, we'll close public comment on it. Do I have is there any questions or?
Comment?
Yes, is there any comment from trustees?
Yeah, I just want to say that it's definitely an honor doing this. It's, you know, out of, you know, the things that I've probably done in my life, it's definitely at the top. The way you could, you know, help not just from the outside, but from the inside to help make the community that you love, and what your friends and family and everyone's kids district that they go to better if you can. And I feel that we've been going that way for a couple of years. So it's an honor. I'm appreciative of the colleagues I've had past and present, and I'm glad. Thank you, Dr. Turkey, for bringing this to adopt. And I motion to adopt.
You have a second to adopt resolution 2024-2518.
I'll second.
Roll call vote. Trustee Ruiz,
Yes.
trustee, or you second? Trustee
Yes.
Shabria,
Yes.
trustee DeMarco, aye. Trustee Melgoza,
Yes.
and then trustee Ruiz, I'm sorry, Diaz.
Yes.
So motion passes. Next, we're going to move to item number 2, approve board policy 6142.7, physical education.
May I, sorry for the interruption, may I make a friendly amendment to this one, or suggest a friendly amendment to this one?
To
It does-
1 or 2?
To this motion here, to approve the board policy. The friendly amendment, which I would suggest, if possible, would be to make it a item not to approve, but just to receive information. And then we vote on it actually next session. It should have been a receive information item rather than a approve item.
Okay. So do we do a vote to amend it? Do we need a vote to amend it?
No, yes, we do.
Okay, so any trustee would like to motion to amend item number 2 to make it informational only, not voting, and vote on it 2 weeks from now?
Correct.
I motion to adopt the way described as Dr. Turkey described.
Do you have a second?
I second.
Roll call vote, trustee Ruiz,
Yes.
Shabria,
Yes.
DeMarco, aye. Melgoza,
No.
Diaz.
Yes.
So it passes. This will be for informational only, and we'll do a vote on this at the next board meeting.
Thank you, board. So the topic at hand here, as you can see, is physical education. What you have in the attachment is our actual board policy. And we have an extensive, well thought out board policy aligned to Ed Code. Ed Code just leaves a lot of flexibility for LEAs to determine how they will proceed with giving a student physical education graduation credit. And the amendment or the revision that we would like to put up for information to vote in the next board meeting is to expand a little bit more to allow for more opportunities for our kids under the segment under other exemptions. So right now, currently, students can participate in school-sponsored interscholastic CIF sports, right, that can count for physical education. We also wanted to include language that allows our students who are participating in marching band. And if one day we have the California Cadet Corps program, that it could also count for physical education graduation credit. So it's not a large amount of language revision. It's that short, but we wanted to expand more capacity for students to have flexibility in their schedule so that they can take other elective courses to get them college and career ready. So that's the language in front of you.
Thank you. Opening up to public comment regarding board policy 6142, physical education. Is there any public comment regarding this specific issue? Seeing as there are none, we'll go to Zoom. We have one public comment open.
Hi, this is Ramona Gariffi, community member. That's my hat. I was just wondering, we currently have the Cadet Corps. So that's with Christian Mauser. And would this coincide with that class, that program?
That being said, her comment was a question. So if you want to
The policy,
Was-
the
was it-
information here for information is specifically not about any individual, but just saying that whenever we have the Cadet Corps program, that if a student is participating in it, regardless of like who's teaching it, that they would be able to receive physical education credit is what we're putting forward, is the way I would answer that.
I don't think we actually have Cadet Corps this year. We did have it last
Last year.
year, but just to clarify, I don't believe we have
for
it this year.
clarification, it was suspended for the year.
Okay.
The MOU stated that we would move that 1 year to next year. So we could iron out the PE credit. Hence the public's listening. That's why you've not seen Cadet Corps active this year. It was an effort to rebuild the program.
And this is specifically about board policy as opposed to decision on
Yes.
program.
So, but this is just, to see if they can get it, the P credit, but that being said, I'll close public comment to that. Any trustee questions regarding this?
I have a question. At other high schools, is PE credit offered for a band? Is this a common practice?
It does happen. I don't have the percents right of which school
Okay.
districts have it right. I know I just recently spoke to a colleague at NMCUSD and they're working to do something similar for their band as well, so they can count for their credit. But honestly, every school district does it differently, right? So we already have policy for CIF sports here. And then Salinas Junior High School District doesn't, right? So it really is an LEA decision that Ed Code allows a board to make those decisions. So it's different from school district to school district.
Yeah, I really hated PE. I think I would almost have played an instrument if I could have avoided PE.
That wouldn't
just-
count. Yeah.
So it just makes me wonder, is PE like marching band? Are they equivalent? And so how much rigor is there when when the public's considering that? So
So,
yeah.
Dr. Trustee Reed, so it would be, if we're gonna put this on here, it has to align with Ed Code,
Mhm.
which means that like the physical standards of PE
Yeah.
has to be part of the program. So if we do adopt this into policy, we would have to work with the marching band teacher and the program to ensure that there is the physical nature there, as you would for the Cadet Corps. Just because it says Cadet Corps on paper, you will still need to verify that the kids are also still doing the physical activity that would be required to do that. So there's some back work on the administrative regulations to ensure that it actually happens to the T or to the letter of the law, if you will. It just says that LEAs have that flexibility and that right to determine that you can assign PE credit for it.
I definitely want us to have that flexibility, but I would want kids that are taking PE and band and cadet corps to have the same rigor, because I know that kids that take PE have to take these different tests, you know, at different intervals. And so I would just want it to be applied the same, because PE is painful and everybody should have that same experience. When it comes to-
Of pain.
When it comes to.
You're very equitable when it comes to pain. Trustee
I
Reeves,
want to be equitable and build character.
I did want to clarify that
Yeah.
regardless of whether they do sports, march band, they still have to take the state test for as any other student. So they're not exempt from state testing because they're in a
Okay,
sports or whatever. It just means they're not taking the PE class.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You answered my question.
Is there any other trustee Diaz or Goza, any comments or questions?
No, I'm good.
No, thank you for the information.
That being said, thank you for the
Yeah, it's just
information.
informational right now.
This will be back in 2 weeks for further discussion and vote. That being said, we're going to move on to item action number 3, approval of the 2023-24 audit report.
Thank you, trustees. With us, Ms. Aubrey Mann, representing that WHK CPAs and advisors. She's connected. Enrique, can you confirm? She is basically the senior external auditor for us, assigned for the district. And as you all know, every year, each district in California has to conduct an external audit, basically to do independent review of the district, district-wide for compliance at every level. So with that said, I am here to provide the transition for Aubrey. She will be the one providing the report for the trustees and perhaps answer any questions that you may have. Aubrey, are you connected?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me here this evening to present to you the audit for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2023. An audit is quite an undertaking. I think you can see on the screen here that there's 126 pages in an audit report. And to get all of the data to complete this audit, it requires cooperation of the district at every level. We visit multiple school sites and departments, beginning our audit in March of the year and concluding in December of the year. So a good portion of the year is spent gathering this data that we're here to present to you today. If you could go to the 4th page of the report, please. This is our independent auditors report where we have offered our opinion. You can leave it right here. This is the perfect spot. We have issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, meaning that the information presented here today is considered to be materially correct in all material respects, accurately presenting the financial information of the district. If you could go to page 9. And if you just scroll down to see this full table and maybe make it a little, there we go. This is a comparative schedule of the total governmental activities of the district for June 30th, 2024 and June 30th, 2023, showing the change between the fiscal years for the assets, deferred outflows of inflows, outflows of resources, liabilities, deferred inflows of resources, and net position. And you can see when you compare year to year that the net position has increased by 5.1 million over the June 30th, 2023 balance, which is a positive increase for the district. And if you could go to page 11, please. And here is a graph representation of where the sources of revenue and the sources of expenditures for the district lie. The revenues coming majority from property taxes, unrestricted federal and state aid, and then program revenues are typically your restricted federal and state aid. making up the bulk of your revenue. And on the expenditure side, the vast majority of expenses fall in the categories of instruction, instruction-related services, and pupil support services, with only 8.3% representing administrative costs for the district. I am now going to skip all the way to the results page of the audit report, which is on page 117. This shows a summary of the results of our audit report and everything that can be found in the previous pages. The financial statements, we issued an unmodified opinion, which is the best that can be received. However, we did identify a material, or not a material weakness, a significant deficiency in internal controls, and we did identify non-compliance material to the financial statements. For the federal awards, we audited your COVID-19 funding and Title III English Learner Program, issuing an unmodified opinion, and we had no findings of non-compliance identified in federal programs. Next page, please. In state compliance, we did identify non-compliance, which resulted as a result of internal control significant deficiency. If we can go now to the next page. This is the beginning of our audit findings. We had 2 audit findings for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2024. The first was an internal control over ASB funds. If you could just scroll down so we can see the entire condition. As we reviewed the deposits for associated student body funds, we did identify 14 deposits out of 61 deposits tested where there was inconsistent internal controls applied. Some deposits did not reconcile to the cash box. Some were missing documentation of dual counts of cash. Some had incomplete ticket sale forms, and some were not deposited in a timely manner. So if you go to the next page, we have recommended that the district make sure that all school sites understand the cash handling policies and procedures that the district has, that a copy of all written procedures and requirements for deposits be provided to any employee or other volunteers who are working with the ASB program, and acknowledgement at the school site level of those policies and procedures to ensure that cash handling is being followed and those assets are being protected. You can scroll down to the next finding, finding 2024-2. In the condition here, down just a little further, let's look at the condition. Up, right here. This is good. We were reviewing the independent study program for the district, and in 34 out of 34 student records tested, the independent study agreements were missing 1 of 10 required elements. They were missing a statement that detailed academic and other supports that would be provided to address the needs of pupils who are not performing at grade level or who need support in other areas such as English learners, individuals with exceptional needs, in order to be consistent with the pupil's individualized education program or plan pursuant to Education Code Section 504 of the Federal Rehabilitation Act of 1973, pupils in foster care or experiencing homelessness, and pupils requiring mental health supports. And that's found in Education Code 51747G7. In addition, we found 12 out of the 34 agreements reviewed had typed names for signatures, which did not meet government code regulations for electronic signatures. I want you to scroll down just a little bit to the potential fiscal impact of this finding. This is important context to the finding because the contracts did not meet the conditions of apportionment. The potential fiscal impact to this finding is approximately $1.9 million to the district. Let's go on to the next page to our recommendations. We are recommending that the district establish procedures to make sure any updated independent study agreements meet all the requirements as required by Education Code 51747. And then school sites should be collaborating to ensure all sites are meeting the requirements and that the most up-to-date contract is being used. I also want to note that this is an appealable finding, which means that although there's a potential fiscal impact to the district, you can appeal the finding on the grounds that you substantially complied with the law. You did have 9 out of the 10 required elements in your agreements, and you did have agreements in place for your students participating in the programs. You also did serve the students. So for those reasons, you can appeal on the grounds that you substantially complied with the law, and you can show mitigating circumstances to the Education Audit Appeals Panel, who has authority to reduce or eliminate the fiscal impact of this finding. If you could now go to page 125. I just want to comment here. This is a review of our prior year audit findings. There were 4 findings in the prior year. Finding 2023-001 was internal control over revenue recognition. In the 23 audit, we had identified some misstatements in revenue that required audit adjustment. We made recommendations to ensure that the district reported revenue correctly in the 23-24 year, and we found that the district had implemented those recommendations, and the finding has been cleared. For finding 2023-02, we did have internal control over cash finding, where we had identified that bank reconciliations were not being completed in a timely manner, which put the district at risk of not identifying a misstatement, whether due to error or fraud. We recommended that the district establish procedures to ensure that bank reconciliations were done on a timely basis. And we did find that the district had completed that recommendation. The finding has been resolved. Next finding. We found non-compliance in the documentation of payroll charged to the early childhood programs, which was material to the financial statements in the 2023 audit. We recommended that the district provide training to all departments utilizing restricted funding to make sure that they are documenting salaries and wages in accordance with the requirements at the state and federal level. We found that the district did implement those recommendations, and that finding has been clear. And our last finding from prior year, finding 2023-004, we had identified the district was in excess of administrators in comparison to teachers that was allowable. And we recommended that the district establish a timeline to evaluate administrator to teacher ratio to ensure that they're keeping those ratios at the correct levels in accordance with Education 41402. And we did find that the district implemented those recommendations, and that finding has also been cleared. So with that summary of our audit report, I'd like to open it up for questions.
So, I'm going to move it to parliamentary procedures. Is there any public comment regarding or the approval of the 23-24 audit report? That being said, that there's none present for public comment. Is there any public comment via Zoom? That being said, I'm closing public comment on this matter. Now opening it to any questions or comments from trustees.
I mean, I would just say that as in other areas, there is room for process control. And you are a new administration. This is the year ending June 30th, 2024. And I think that it goes without saying that we need to honor the positions that we have. to protect the public trust. That means that these procedural things need to be in place and we need to adhere to them. And so we need to make sure that administrators are managing employees effectively so that, you know, these technicalities don't bite us in the butt, because $1.8 million is a significant amount of money. And it's really a technicality because I know we deliver services to students, but if we don't have it signed on the dotted line, then we're failing our community when we don't have 1.8. But I have full confidence in the new team. People are only human, but we must always work to do the right thing. And I appreciate the efforts of the auditing firm because that's feedback on how we can get better. And that's really, to me, the name of the game. So thank you.
I just overall the findings with two, you know, it's not that bad, but Connie, I'd like to, I know I got to think on the positive side, right? You know, this appeal, you know, if you could let us know, I mean, is that already in place? Do you have something? I'm sure you can plan to appeal, correct?
As Aubrey said, there's some feasibility for us, and by all means, we're gonna be, you know, continuing with this appealing process. And I'll provide more info, more updates.
So you'll provide that information to us?
Absolutely. I just need some.
Is that
guidance
something that
from,
comes back to the board for the appeal process?
I will follow up with Aubrey. I just need some guidance. This is first
Yeah.
me for this specific finding. So
yeah, I can add a little information on the appeal process. So the first thing is that the state has to certify the audit, this California State Controller's Office first. And then once they certify the audit, you'll have 30 days to file for summary review. Typically, districts get their legal team involved in filing for summary review to present their case to the Education Audit Appeals Panel. Most cases are handled in summary review and don't have to go through the full appeal trial in front of the board. But some cases go through the summary review and then are given an additional 30 days to file the full appeal if the findings at summary review, if you don't agree with them.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I'll add couple questions, concerns. First, I'm very happy you're here to help fix this situation. I'm very excited because some of these issues were caused by our predecessors. And one that brings light is the ASB funding. When I was going over the budgets in 3 previous audits, they said what this audit said about ASB. And of those 3 previous audits, the district wrote down their plans to fix the problem. And then lo and behold, this is number 4. So someone previously employed was just writing stuff down, saying we're going to fix an issue, never followed up with it. So I look forward to seeing how we're going to fix it and follow up with it. And that's one of the exciting parts of this board, is that we have a new cabinet team to right the ship, and also our transparency to show the public that, we're not hiding anything, and we welcome, input and ideas. Trustee Diaz?
No, just thank you for the information, and yeah, we'll just see what comes. I'm gonna go through the whole entire pages for probably tomorrow, but thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it, and echo the sentiments of my colleagues for sure.
President Melgosa, any comment or questions?
No, thank you. I appreciate this, and I think this, like you all mentioned, this is going to help us move forward and take some action and really improve on process and procedures. And we look forward to continuing to read the recommendations and figure out how our district will implement.
With board trustees, questions, comments closed. Do we have a motion to approve item number 3, approval of the 23-24 audit report?
I motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Diet. I'll start the other way.
Yes.
Let's keep Ruiz,
Yes.
Chavarria,
Yes.
Marco, I, Diaz,
Yes.
Melgoza,
Yes.
Motion passes with approval of the audit report. We will now move to discussion item 4, salary and benefit contract agreement for CSEA.
Thank you, Trustees.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, board members and members of the public. Dr. Turkey. In front of you this evening, we have reached 2 tentative agreements with our CSEA Chapter 6 partners of North Monterey County Unified School District. And the first one is Article 19 for health and welfare benefits. And this is to bring our CSEA partners in line with our AFT partners in terms of benefit caps. And this aligns with our benefit caps for both bargaining groups now. So in front of you, it takes the employee plus one to 1180.69 and the employee plus family to 1309.69, matching the caps with AFT bargaining unit. The second agreement, and this is a package deal, 2 articles for the one vote, is Article 14 pay. And this is a salary increase for the 24-25 school year for CSEA members for 5% salary increase for the 24-25 school year. And happy to answer any questions.
So at this point, I'll open it to public comment. Any public comment regarding item action 4, salary and benefit contract agreement for CSEA? Seeing as that there's no public comment here, any public comment via Zoom? Public comments now closed. Any questions or comments from trustees?
So this is a discussion item. We don't need to approve this yet
No, it's approval.
because I don't see approve on here. It's just salary and benefit contract agreement. So we're supposed to approve it today?
So discussion action on approval.
Okay. So can you confirm, did we receive the approval from the county for the 5% for the teachers?
So
our
I believe
budget?
we're still going through the AB 1200 process with the county. This is part of what we are also waiting on is to present the county with one AB 12 application, which is the full fiscal impact of both bargaining groups agreements for the impact on our entire budget. Our first interim budget assumed, actually not our first interim, the latest budget projections that the board was presented with had anticipations of reaching these agreements since we had reached this on the previous, I believe this was December 12th. Bringing this to you now. And so the AB 12 will have in the previous agreements from AFT and this agreement for a total compensation package for the board, for the county to approve for us.
So what happens if they don't approve?
It's a really good question. I'm going to look to our CBO for that. That's why our budget assumptions that we are turning into the county have in it the 5% to show how we will have this coverage. And have a balanced budget with these amounts included. But Connie, happy to defer to you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So trustees, basically, the AB 1200 is the instrument that we need to provide as an assurance coming from the fiscal department, letting the county know that we will be fiscally solvent to sustain this new liability. As Curtis mentioned, we are waiting to identify the whole potential impact coming from both units so that we can submit the AB 1200. If after they review, after they reviewing the AB 1200, if they determine that there is a risk factor involved, they will let us know. They have the right to say approve or not approve. Basically with the understanding that we just want to make sure, or they just want to make sure that we will be fiscally solvent to sustain this in the 3 years. Based on our projections, we feel that we will be able to sustain those expenditures. But again, I just want to make sure that we have all the components in place so that we can provide the whole information and to avoid the delay of the process between revisions back and forth. So that's basically how the process is with the county. They're overseeing and they're acting on our behalf, making sure that we will be solvent to sustain this expenditure.
So is this the typical process? We approve this before the county approves our budget?
We need to let the board know about the TA, the language involved. Basically, I need to have the language in place so that we can identify the full impact, financial impact. And also to start to initiate the conversations with the county to establish the systems, internal systems in Escape. It's a whole process, so it's not going to happen in 2 to 3 weeks here. They need to approve the AB 1200, but in the meantime, behind the scenes, we need to start working on add-ons, meaning, example, the 5%. In our fiscal system, it is treated as an add-on, meaning we have to have those like an extra layer of info to the current salary schedule so that we can process that. We don't process anything until MCOE approves the AB 1200. But in the meantime, we need to start working behind the scenes so that it's a collaborative approach. It's many layers involved. But you need to be aware of this TA as well. And we need your approval. So it's a multi-year process here.
Yes, normal process. Normal.
So it is normal practice.
It is, because
'Cause
that's the practice that I know of in my previous districts as well.
Okay. In my previous practice, it has. So it's been different, right? With different administrations. So I will admit that. Typically, we want to get that county approval before we approve his financial impact. And my understanding, it hasn't been done yet. So that's why I needed that clarification. Okay.
Any questions from trustee Diaz or trustee Mendoza?
None.
No.
So do we have a motion for item action 4, salary and benefit contract agreement for CSEA? Motion to approve it.
I second that.
Do we have a second? I'm sorry, we don't have a
Is there
first.
motion?
Yeah, it's a motion to approve the salary and benefits contract agreement for CSEA. Do we have a motion to approve the contract agreement for CSEA?
I move to a contract agreement.
I'll second her motion. So roll call vote, trustee Ruiz,
Yes.
trustee Chavarria.
I don't feel comfortable yet.
So trustee DeMarco is the aye. Trustee Diaz.
Yes. Yes.
So with that being said, we have a 4-1 vote to approve salary and benefit contract agreements for CSCA.
Did you? What was Adriana's vote?
Oh, she motion, trustee Melgoza.
Yes.
So my apologies. So once again, a motion to approve the salary and benefit contract agreement for CSEA is approved. Moving on to board requests for info and or possible agenda items. We'll start with trustee Ruiz.
No.
Trustee Chavarria.
No.
As for myself, none. Trustee Diaz.
It's my birthday on Tuesday.
So
A birthday card then.
So a motion to put that on the agenda. Trustee Melgoza.
None.
That being said, our open session meeting will be adjourned at 7:43 PM. And the board will move to reconvene.
We're going to close session.
Yeah, I'll just close the
Is that the new record? Is that the new record, the 7:43, or do we have earlier?
for open session, but we're reconvening to
We're going to close session.
the closed session.
No, I meant like how early we close. Is this the earliest we close, or we've had earlier?
That is the record.
I think it is.
Okay, well, I'm just curious.
I guess what I was trying to say is I'm closing open session so we can reconvene. the
No,
closed-
I understand. I understand.
Little gavel.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little power go in your head, yeah. You'll have a hard time wrestling that out of your arms.
Over my dead body. So we are now, what's it called?
Adjourning.
We're adjourning from closed session and we are now adjourning the entire meeting at 9:39 PM. Good night.
Make sure everybody's ready.